it is with great enthusiasm that I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 2025 Freedom of Information Summit. This year's theme, Kalikasan, Knowledge Access for Local and International Key Actions for Sustainability, Accountability, and Nature, promises to be compelling and transformative, and a transformative space for advancing environmental access to information, accountability, and sustainability.
We call on our partners to remain our strong allies in promoting better FOI mechanisms, and we call on the public to stay informed and involved by continuing to utilize the FOI program. We believe that as we exercise our right to information, we are able to make informed decisions. More than everything, it is an instrument to engage with the government and make our voices heard.
But we know that sustainability is a shared responsibility, right? So it's the government, it's the private sector, and the community should all work together to help the environment. So that's why we created G-Forest. It's a climate tech solution provided by Gcash to make it easy for everyone to help the planet. So G-Forest is an interactive platform inside Gcash where our users can easily help the environment in just few taps.
Transparency in FOI is our major aim in informing the public about sustainable development. By giving access to the public the up-to-date and precise environmental data, the FOI is turning it into a way for ordinary and common people to take part in decision-making related to environment.
Let us keep our FOI advocacy burning. Let us lead and inspire FOI advocates with deeper meaning. Para sa isang bukas at malayang pagkalap ng impormasyon, mabuhay ang bukas na pamamahala at mabuhay ang bawat Pilipinong malaya.
We warmly welcome everyone to the 2025 Freedom of Information Awards.
And let us always remember that in every document disclosed, in every question answered, and in every citizen empowered, we make our democracy stronger.
We will keep working to empower citizens to use FOI, especially those in communities with limited connectivity or digital literacy, because transparency only matters when people can actually benefit from it.
The Philippines is honored and proud to host this year's conference, especially as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the designation of September 28 as the International Day for Universal Access to Information. These platforms are vital in strengthening international cooperation and regional solidarity for open, participatory governance.
I think it's a very powerful reminder of what we are celebrating today, right? Access to information, in particular environmental information in these times of digital era where we have so much powerful tools, but we have this responsibility to put the information, the quality information, and to leave no one behind in access to information.
ASEAN is confronted by climate change. There is mass pollution, diversity, and natural disasters. In this regard, timely and accurate, accessible environment information is essential. In the digital age, we have tools to make environmental knowledge universal.
The international community adopted the Accra Statement on harnessing the power of data. That statement affirmed a simple truth. Access to data is central to the right to information, democracy, and accountability.
When people are informed, when information flows freely and reliably, societies become more resilient, responsive, and just. Let us join hands to ensure that by 2030, no one is left in the dark about the environment that sustains us all.
This celebration is a meaningful recognition of our continuing commitment to the Sustainable Development Goal 16.10, ensuring public access to information as a fundamental human right. In a new Philippines, every citizen has the right to ask and be involved.
Tämä on IGA 2025.
Bonjour, cela est IDUI 2025.
May IDUI Dehas Fansaris.
This is IDUI 2025.
We're IDUI 2025.
Ito ang IDUI 2025.
This is IDUI 2025.
IDUI 2025年ようこそ。
ये है IDUAI 2025.
Nitong nakaraang linggo ay inilunsad natin ang Bagong Pilipinas. Nakakataba naman ng puso na makita ang ating mga kababayan na nakikiisa sa panawagang ito. Ito ay panawagan para sa kolektibong kilos tungo sa pagbabago ng ating pag-iisip, pananalita at gawa.
Bagong Pilipinas is addressed to all government officials and employees and citizens of this country. It is an invitation to all of us to think about being a Filipino and view the nation from a renewed perspective. It is a call for transformation, the transformation of our idea of being a Filipino, and the transformation of our economy, of governance, of society. Bagong Pilipinas transcends this administration.
Ito ay hindi pagtakip sa kung anumang mga kakulangan ang meron. Ito ay imbitasyon sa bawat isa na kabahagi ka sa paghahanda at pagpapaganda ng ating bansa. Malaki ang inyong maitutulong, mahalaga ang inyong ginagawa. Ang disiplina, pagiging mahusay at magaling sa kanyang-kanyang larangan at pagmamahal sa bayan. Ito ang mga sangkap ng isang makabagong Pilipino na ating isinusulong. Ngunit hindi lang ito ang mensahe ng bagong Pilipinas. Binibigyan din dito ang kalagahan ng maayos na trabaho mula sa amin sa pamahalaan.
Sa bagong Pilipinas, ang pagbabago ay nagsisimula sa pamahalaan. While power emanates from the people, change must begin from government.
Sa isang bagong Pilipinas, lalo pa natin pupukpukin na maging maayos ang ating mga lingkod bayan.
Una, bawal ang tamad at makupad sa pamahalaan. Services must be fast. Projects must be completed on time. Deadlines must be met per schedule. In whatever government office, red tape must be replaced with a red carpet. Yung sungit ninyo, palitan na ninyo ng ngiti. Pangalawa, bawal ang mga hindi tapat at nangungulumbat. Sa bagong Pilipinas, bawal ang waldas. Pangatlo, bawal ang mga pang-api at naghahari-harian. You are servants of the people, not their lords. Huwag nating pahirapan ang taong bayan. Tapos na ang panahon ng pagkukuyakoy sa loob ng mga tanggapan ng gobyerno.
Ang tagumpay ng panawagan na ito ay nakasalalay sa ating pagkakaisa. Sa isang bagong Pilipinas, walang puwang ang mga paninira at paghahatakang pababa. Unahin natin ang ating bayan. Magbago na tayo dahil walang bagong Pilipinas kung walang bagong Pilipino.
Sa bagong Pilipinas, may pag-asa ang lahat. Ang pag-asa ng bayan ay nasa ating lahat. Mabuhay ang bawat Pilipino, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas!
We take this gathering as an opportunity to reflect on and elevate our collective endeavors in carrying out the freedom of information. This year's theme, Local Voices, National Impact, Bridging and Empowering Communities through FOI Localization, highlights our mission to ensure that every Filipino has access to information and a voice in governance.
Nakasulat sa ating katutubong pag-aasal bilang mga Pilipino ang FOI. Mataas ang pagpapahalaga natin sa pakikipagkapwa at ang esensya ng pakikipagkapwa ay tiwala. Ang pulot dulo ng bukas na pamamahala ay tiwala at pakikipagkapwa. Ito ang dalawang bagay na mainam na maging batayan at pundasyon ng ating pagkakaisa at pag-unlad bilang bansa, bilang bagong Pilipinas.
Together, we can reinforce the message that the call for a more transparent and accountable government is as strong as ever. Through our networks, or as advocates, we must continue to advance the people's right to access to information and help others recognize its value. Let us build on today's lessons, take action, and inspire others to do the same.
The FOI program has strengthened its impact
by embedding access to information deeper within local governance and revamping our communication strategies, building on existing and new partnerships. Let us unite to inspire action, foster change, and make a significant impact on the lives of all Filipinos towards a bagong Pilipinas.
We also have to highlight that the FOI program has greatly advanced the campaign against misinformation and disinformation in the country, a problem that we in the Philippines also suffer from, as I guess all of us do around the world. Like everyone here, we too recognize as a matter of principle that fake news should have no place in modern society. I reiterate our call not only to the executive branch, but to all branches of government to genuinely uphold and give effect to the people's freedom of information in the course of our day-to-day operations with good faith and with openness. ICIC can be assured that the Philippines will continue to promote freedom of information. With a whole-of-nation approach, we will strive to maintain a government that is not only effective and efficient, but also transparent and accountable to our people. Our people can only truly participate in governance if they have access to information. This access is made possible by government transparency, digitalization, and the institutionalization of freedom of information through legislation, which is a constitutionally recognized principle.
FOI creates a shift in thinking. Paano? No? Dati po kasi, no, noong mga unang panahon, so nasanay ang mga tao sa need to know basis. But now that we have the FOI program, it creates a shift of a right to know culture. Kasi ngayon, they can ask their government.
whenever we receive requests, I can always tell them to lodge a request sa FOI program para rin maramdaman nila na official yung kanilang request, no? So na talagang we are taking their request seriously as a government agency. So I think doon nakakatulong yung FOI, mas nale-legitimize niya yung concern or yung request ng public, and it assures them na magre-respond tayo dun sa kung ano yung hinihingi nila.
I realized that FOI, the principles behind FOI is very noble. It promotes transparency for the Filipino people, access to information, and it helps the people gain more trust sa government nila, at makakatulong rin ito sa maayos na pagsisilbi ng pamahalaan para sa mga mamamayan.
The mission of an FOI officer does not stop from receiving and facilitating FOI requests and information disclosure, but also a partner in rebuilding the people's trust in the government.
FDM Symposium serves as a key platform for the FOI Program Management Office to reflect on our progress, discuss ongoing challenges, and explore new strategies to enhance the implementation of the FOI program. Salute you, our FOI decision makers, as your role is crucial in shaping a government that is responsive, accountable, and transparent. Let us seize this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and reaffirm our dedication to the principles of access to information.
Incorporating the FOI system also strengthen the university's commitment to good governance and promote informed decision-making both within the academic community and beyond.
para saan ba yung freedom of information? So, as a democratic country and one of the oldest democracies in Asia, tool ang freedom of information para maging transparent yung gobyerno. So kapag hindi nagbibigay ng impormasyon ng gobyerno, hindi siya transparent, hindi siya nag-comply sa democratic ideals. Isa din tong way para ma-dismiss ang misinformation, disinformation, malinformation na very relevant ngayon.
So you can see here during our discussion or during your inputs that we could talk about dystonia, we could talk about mental health, we could talk about farmers as well, because there are so many misconceptions going on. Your generation right now, social media is fast, right? So I'm really, really glad that you guys brought it up, and then you've actually spoken up about your roles specifically in the different places where you are, about what you could do regarding Know the Science, Stop the Stigma. And I'm also glad that you were able to talk about how to apply this in relation to the freedom of information. So now that you know that there is another place where you can find correct information, then you can request information like that, especially government-related information, then it's great that you can advocate for this as well, diba? You know, in a world or in the internet where there's so much fake news, you have a few places like the FOI that gives you correct or proper information.
Magkakaroon kami ng program. So similar sa PCO na program na ambassadors, parang Youth Financial Inclusion Ambassadors naman. So sobrang gandang program ito ng PCO, kaya parang nakita namin na magiging effective to na way rin to push for financial inclusion and education. Triumvirate yan eh. So financial inclusion, tapos may complementary objective siya na financial education at consumer protection.
Personally, ang ganda kasi ng vision ng FOI. Baka darating yung panahon na gone are the days na tapos na kami sa youth stages namin at hindi pa rin ito napasa at nakabinbin pa rin siya sa bicameral Congress. Kaya nga, curious kami kasi there is really a need. So, kung ngayon is parang ang problema, transition, prioritization, at least clear sa amin kasi kahit pa andyan siya sa Philippine Development Plan, sa PDP, kung hindi siya nakasali sa executive agenda, baka makalimutan.
Yung financial inclusion, hindi lang yan sa BSP, but whole of government, whole of nation effort siya. So, as of now, may 21 government agencies working together. At yung NSFI 2022 to 2028, yan yung parang strategy map ng mga government agencies para ma-achieve yung financial inclusion and financial resilience ng mga Filipinos.
Para
nasaan ba yung FOI? So yung isang benefit niya is na-increase yung transparency sa government. Kapag may working mechanism, kapag merong proseso ang isang ahensya kung paano ba kukuha ng impormasyon sa kanya ang taong bayan, mas nagiging niya yung public trust. May kita mo na transparent yung pamamalakad ng ahensya ng gobyerno na yon. So it allows the government offices to be transparent.
We are here in the FOI Youth Ambassadors Camp. Very important that when we are allies to become FOI members and implementer in the field, kailangan importante na you always seek permission. Diba? You cannot access information to somebody else you know unless there's a permission. And the same space, the same thing with the space, Safe Space Ordinance, no, Act, batas talaga siya ng buong Pilipinas na kailangan may permiso.
Nag-aaral pa.
Tumagala kasi may...
Kilala natin si Mang Ben! Sobrang makinig ko na kayo. Kaya wala kayong matututunan.
Ay, maraming salamat. Mamaya na yan, nandito kami kasi may gusto kami i-reklamo sa'yo eh.
distinguished guests from the Presidential Communications Office and the Freedom of Information Program Management Office, colleagues from Right to Know Right Now Coalition, leaders of civil society, youth advocates, partners and friends, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the workshop on mobilizing local government support for right to information legislation in the Philippines. My name is Kirby Tibayan. I'm a National Program Officer at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and it is my honor to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for the next 2 days. This workshop is convened by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime through its Regional Anti-Corruption and Financial Crime Hub for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, in partnership with the FOI Program Management Office of the Office of the Presidential Communications Office, and made possible through the generous support of the government of Sweden. To begin our program with a proper solemnity, may I request everyone to please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, which will be followed by an invocation. Thank you so much.
Of the Lord. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today. We thank you for the gift of life and strength that you have provided us all to be part of this endeavor. We seek your forgiveness for our wrongdoings, as we have forgiven those who have done us wrong. May you bestow your guidance and blessings so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone who is present here today. May each one of us be able to share our knowledge, understanding, and wisdom for your glory and honor. May the various activities related to this event be a success through your intervention. All these we ask through your name. Amen.
Magiting sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat ang tulog, sa simoy at sa langit mong lugaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang iskap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Tumanang araw na
Thank you. We now move to our welcome remarks to formally open this workshop and to share UNODC's perspective on the work that brings us together. It is my privilege to invite Ms. Annika Whites, team lead of the UNODC Regional Anti-Corruption and Financial Crime Hub for Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Whites leads UNODC's anti-corruption portfolio across the region, and her team has been a long-standing partner of the Philippine government and Philippine civil society in advancing transparency reforms, including freedom of information legislation that anchors this workshop. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Annika Whites.
Thank you, Kirby. Distinguished colleagues from the Presidential Communications Office, representatives of civil society, youth advocates, friends, and indeed partners, good morning. I want to begin by telling you a story. It is a short story, but it spans 39 years. In 1987, the year the Philippines Constitution was ratified, with its guarantee of the people's right to information, the first Freedom of Information Bill was filed in Congress. It did not pass. It was filed again and again and again, across administrations and across decades, through 6 Congresses, through countless committee hearings, substitute bills, and promises. For nearly 4 decades, the answer from the legislature was always the same: not now, not yet. When UNODC convened its first workshop on the topic in July 2024, bringing together government agencies, legislatures, and academia, we sat down with you and with others responsible for making this law happen and did the technical work together. With the Presidential Communications Office, we benchmarked the Philippines framework against the global standards, including the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. A roadmap was produced with concrete options for the administration's draft bill for proactive disclosure, for an oversight mechanism. That document gave the FOI Program Management Office a technical foundation to work with when they were drafting the administration's version of the bill, the version that several House measures would rather adopt later as its baseline. But that workshop also surfaced as an honest assessment of the political landscape. Members of the legislative committees told us, in plain terms, that there was no momentum, that their colleagues in Congress did not see the bill as a priority, that public demand was insufficient, that the political will was simply not there. So the 2024 workshop gave us 2 things: the technical groundwork for a strong bill, and perhaps you can say a clear-eyed understanding of what was missing. The law had a blueprint, but what it did not have was the political pressure. That is what shaped what came next. In June 2025, together with the FOI program management team, UNODC organized a second workshop. Many of you here in the room were there. And this time it was with you, civil society, with advocates, journalists, youth organizations, and networks that pushed for this law long before any of us of this room were really arrived. If the technical foundation had been laid, the task now was to build the political demand. That workshop produced something important, not just the strategies and recommendations, but a shared conviction that the path forward ran through local government. Code NGO proposed what has now become the core of the strategy that you will work with this week: mobilize local government units to adopt resolutions, not ordinances, not complex legislation, but resolutions, endorsing the passage of a national RTI law. 1 resolution is a statement, 100 resolutions is a momentum. And then something remarkable happened. In September of last year, 2025, President Marcos included the Right to Information Act in his legislative priority agenda. The FOI Program Management Office, under the Presidential Communications Office, launched an extraordinary lobbying effort. 46 legislative engagements with Congress. The number of LGUs with FOI ordinances tripled. And then on the 16th of March this year, the House Committee on Public Information approved a substitute bill consolidating 26 RTI measures. The next day, the Senate Bill 1432 passed second reading. The President has certified the bill as priority number 6, with a target passage date of June 2026. Let me say that again, because of everyone who has followed this issue. These words carry real weight. For the first time in 2 decades, the RTI bill has cleared second reading in the Senate, while in the House, 26 measures have been consolidated into a single substitute, bringing the Philippines closer to a passage, more now than any point in history. But we're not here to celebrate. We're here because this is not over. Congress resumed session 2 weeks ago. The House bill must still clear the Appropriations Committee and pass plenary readings. The Senate must vote on third reading. And even if both chambers pass their versions, a bicameral conference committee must reconcile differences or significant differences. And that includes on the creation of the RTI Commission, on the scope of confidentiality overrides, and on the disclosure standards for public officials. The Philippines came closest to passing the FOI bill in 2010, when both chambers approved versions but failed to ratify the bicameral conference report before adjournment. That history weighs on all of us. This is why we're here. This is why this workshop matters. Today and tomorrow, the FOI Program Management Office in UNODC is bringing together you, civil society organizations across the country, to do something very concrete, to launch a nationwide campaign for 100 local government resolutions endorsing the National Right to Information legislation. Because one resolution is a voice, 100 resolutions is a message Congress cannot ignore. Over the next 2 days, you will learn how to engage your local councils. You will receive a model resolution that can be adapted and adopted. You will map your target LGUs, identify sponsors, and develop action plans. By the time you leave this room tomorrow afternoon, each of you will have a concrete strategy for mobilizing the local government units in your area. The resolutions you generate will serve two purposes. One, if the bill is still moving forward through the bicameral process, they signal to legislators that committees across this country are watching and that they expect a strong, implementable law. And two, if the bill is enacted, those resolutions will signal that local governments are ready to implement, ready to make the right to information a living reality, not just a line in a statute. More than 130 countries around the world have enacted freedom of information legislation. The Philippines has waited very long, arguably longer than any of them. But what has also become clear is that the Philippines has something that many of those countries did not have at the point of passage: a civil society that is organized, that is determined, and that is ready to ensure that this law works. That is the strength in this room. Before I close, I wish to really express UNODC's gratitude to the government of Sweden, of course to the FOI Program Management Office, thank you, to those who have generously supported this workshop. Also, I wish to thank a lot of you in this room, Right to Know, Right Now Coalition, Code NGO, DILG, ULAP, YAFO, Good Gov Philippines, and every organization represented here. Thank you very much for being in the room. I wish to also thank my UNODC colleagues, Kirby, John, and Eliud. Thank you for your support. I opened with a story that spans 39 years, but the chapter that matters most will come and be written in the coming days and the coming month ahead, and you are the ones who are going to write that. Thank you, and let's begin.
Thank you so much, Annika. Now I would like to invite everyone for a group photograph. this open. And also, I would like to announce that we are streaming live on FOI's YouTube page. So before we move into our first session, I would like to invite all of you to choose a regional cluster with which you are working with. So as you can see from the tables, we have tables for NCR, Luzon South, Luzon North, Visayas, and Mindanao. If you could kindly join which regional cluster you're interested in. So every working session of this workshop takes place in regional groupings. You will map your region's priority LGUs together. You will customize the model resolution together. You will draft messaging for your own councils. And you will build a 60-day action plan together. And in our final session tomorrow, each cluster will report its commitments and ask our coalition partners directly for what it needs. So the table you are about to choose, therefore, is not simply your seat for today. It is your working team for both full days and your standing coordination group after. So please choose your respective tables, and then we will do a participant introduction after. Thank you. And now I would like to invite you to introduce yourself. Please state your name, organization, and regional grouping you've picked. Hello.
Hi. Hi everyone, I am Dani Napamaseno. I'm the newest addition to the FOI team at Makati Business Club. So I'm very excited to be working with everyone today. I'm in NCR.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm Marion from Lentes, Philippines po. Program Officer for Admin and Operations po. I hope we can work each other po.
Good morning everybody. My name is Glenda Marie Castro. I'm a researcher for Right to Know, Right to Coalition, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with the brightest minds in this room. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Cleaver Guelias. I do research on public attitudes on transparency. I'm the president and CEO of WR Numero until this week.
Change is good. Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick. I'm an FOI advocate. I mostly help in advocacy, both at the national and local level. So we've been joining the national campaign since 2019 personally, but my org in 2012. And so far we have successfully lobbied for 2 successful ordinances in the province of Laguna. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako si Malu Mangahas. I'm a co-convener of the Right to Know Right Now Coalition. The coalition has been campaigning for FOI from the 9th Congress. So you will understand that it's almost 2 generations across, and that's been noted. And I work as a head of the research and policy production group of the Right to Know Right Now Coalition. Happy to be here. Mga friends ko.
Hello, good morning. Timothy Salomon or Tim from the Caucus of Development NGO Networks, code NGO. Hello po.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Lizzie, Communications Director of 2030 Youth First in the Philippines, and I'm also working as the Public Information Officer of a municipality in Quezon Province.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle. I'm from GoodGov PH, currently a part of the Youth Board and also a member of the Policy Advocacy Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Steph Melendres from GoodGov PH. I'm from the Civic Engagement Committee, and I'm in Luzon North and Luzon South.
Good morning, everyone. I am Landrine Javier from Kaya Natin Youth, and I am under the Campaign and Advocacy Committee.
Good morning. I'm Benz Felices from the Jesse Robredo Institute of Governance at De La Salle University. So we're not from Visayas. We're really from NCR, but we've been involved in localization work. Kasi currently we have a project on localizing women and children's protection policy. So the localization of FOI is something that we're also interested to work on, since we're also working with different municipalities and component cities in the Iloilo province that will hopefully in our next phase will spill over to the province of Negros Occidental. So happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dani. I work with Benz at Jesse Robredo Institute of Governance, and I'm a program and research associate.
Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm also a program and research associate from JRIC. I'm Dana Benedicto.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elliot from UNODC Manila.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kai from the PCO FOI-PMO.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Attorney Robilyn K. Nerpio from FOI-PCO.
Good morning, I'm Sab from FOI-PMO.
Hello, I'm Ness from FOI also. Thank you po.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dani Corculio from FOI-PCO. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Casey Avihar from PCO FOI-PMO.
Good morning, everybody. Annika with UNODC.
John Hyde from UNODC, and also last century I was Mayor of the City of Vincent in Australia. So that's my LGU link.
Thank you, everyone. And of course, I am Kirby from UNODC. Thank you so much, everyone, for introducing yourselves. And now we proceed to session 1. So session 1 establishes the factual baseline for everything that follows. The strategic decisions we will make over the next 2 days, what to draft, what to commit to, what to ask for, all depend on the same accurate picture of where the RTI bill currently stands in progress. So now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Attorney Danica from the FOI Program Management Office.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the PCO, we would like to thank again the UNODC, our civil society partners, youth organization, and all participants for being part of this important workshop on mobilizing local government support for FOI, or as we rebrand this 20th Congress, the RTI, or Right to Information Bill. So today, I will provide an update on the current status of the RTI bill in the Congress, which I think was introduced by Annika earlier, and discuss some key provisions for the 20th Congress and share strategic considerations on where advocacy efforts can be most impactful at this stage of legislative Congress. Next, please. Okay. So as discussed again, the RTI Act has been identified as one of the priority legislative measures of the President targeted for passage by June 2026. This is significant because it signals that transparency and public access to information remain part of the national government agenda. So for many years, for many decades, discussions around RTI legislation have moved across multiple Congresses without reaching final enactment. What makes the current moment different is that we have now a substantial legislative progress in both chambers of Congress, alongside stronger institutional experience from nearly a decade of FOI implementation under the executive branch. At the same time, there is a growing recognition, both domestically and internationally, that access to information is not only a governance reform, but also a core anti-corruption and public accountability measure. So, next slide, please. To provide a brief update on the status of the RTI bill in the 20th Congress, so as of March 16, 2026, the House Committee on Public Information approved the technical working group version of the bill after series deliberations involving key government agencies, and I think some of the stakeholders also present during that time are also here. So these discussions included representatives from various key government agencies, as well as participants from civil society organization, the business sector, academe, and media groups. The House substitute bill is currently pending before the Committee on Appropriations. Importantly, the House version builds upon several years of policy development and stakeholder consultation. So it incorporates lessons from the existing FOI program under the executive branch, focus group discussions conducted in 2025 by PCO, DBM, and PLLO, and refinements introduced during the 2026 TWD deliberations. On the Senate side, Senate Bill number 1432 have already been approved on third and final reading. The Senate substitute version traces its origins to the draft earlier developed by the PCO during the 19th Congress and later adopted in the 20th Congress. So following public hearings in 2025, the measure advanced through plenary deliberations until final approval. Overall, both versions reflect the Philippine government's accumulated experience in implementing access to information mechanisms over the past decade. However, they also reflect different legislative approaches, institutional priorities, and stakeholder inputs gathered during their respective processes. So at this point, the next major step is the bicameral conference, where the House and Senate versions will be reconciled into a final consolidated measure. Next. So before we deep dive as to what are the provisions under the House and Senate version, I would like to present first the salient features of an RTI law based on an international standard or based from the Article 19. Article 19 is an international human rights organization that defends freedom of expression and information worldwide. And they listed salient features of an RTI legislation which should be contained. So as CSO or as partners, we should know what we are pushing for. So not just a general RTI bill, but what are the salient points of an effective RTI law. So number one, establishment of an independent RTI commission. So the establishment of an independent RTI commission tasked with oversight, quasi-judicial functions, dispute resolution on denied request, and promotion of compliance. So that's their number one. Second is the provision for cost. Individuals should not be deterred from making requests for information by excessive cost. So in the Philippines, we are currently not asking for any fees when asking information, but some of government agencies asking for a fee for reproduction or for dissemination, or if they want it to be received from anywhere in the Philippines. But in the international standard, fees are a controversial issue in freedom of information laws. Some countries, they impose fees in asking requests. So they calculate whether this FOI request can be processed within 2 days, 3 days. So they calculate the cost based on that parameters. So it is widely accepted that fees should not be high as to deter requests, but practically every law does allow for some charges for access. Different laws take different approaches to fees. Number 3, processes to facilitate access. So requests for information should be processed rapidly and fairly, and an independent review of any refusal should be available. Effective access to information requires both the law stipulate clear processes for deciding upon request by public bodies, as well as system of independent review for their decisions. It is essential that the law provide for various opportunities to appeal the process noted above. So some of the RTI law, they stipulate how to request, what to process, and how they can appeal. So those are the salient features in the procedure. Number 4, the provision for maximum disclosure. So FOI legislation should be guided by the principle of maximum disclosure. So the principle of maximum disclosure encapsulates the basic rationale of an FOI legislation. It is explicitly stated as an objective in a number of national laws. An important aspect of this principle, widely reflected in national laws, is that the body seeking to deny access to information bears the burden of proving that it may legitimately be withheld. So again, it should be the government has the burden of proof in proving that the FOI request is under the exceptions, not the other way around. Number 5, limited scope of exceptions. Exceptions to the right to access of information should be clearly and narrowly drawn and subject to strict harm and public interest test. But some, as you know, in the Philippines, we do not have a clear definition of public interest test, but there's a parameters, what can be considered as public interest test. So the regime of exceptions is one of the most difficult issues facing those drafting an FOI law, and one of the most problematic parts of many existing laws. In many cases, otherwise very effective laws are undermined by an excessively broad or open regime of exceptions. On the other hand, it is obviously important that all legitimate secrecy interests are adequately catered into national law. Otherwise, public bodies will legally be required to disclose information even though this may cause unwarranted harm. So the presumption in favor of disclosure means that the public body seeking to deny access to information show it may legitimately be withheld. So the Article 19 set out the 3-part test for exceptions. So A, the information must be legitimate and legitimate aim listed in the law. B, disclosure must threaten to cause substantial harm to that aim. And C, the harm to that aim must be greater than the public interest in having the information. So those, even though in the RTI standard, even though there's a list of exceptions, there should be a public interest, and then these public interests may be override to the exception. So number 6, protection for whistleblowers. So individuals who release information on wrongdoing, whistleblowers must be protected. So protection from liability should also be provided to individuals reasonably in good faith disclose the information in the exercise of any power or duty under FOI legislation. So those are the some of the salient features of an RTI law based on an international standard. So now we deep dive onto the salient features of an RTI bill based on the current House Substitute Bill and Senate Bill in the Senate. So I prepared some quick overview as to the differentiation of the two bills. As to the title, the House version adopts the term right to information, while the Senate version retains the freedom of information. As to the oversight body, the Senate version designates an implementing body or a bureau under the DICT to oversee the transparency portals, while the House version proposes the creation of an independent RTI commission with oversight and quasi-judicial functions. As to the timelines, the Senate version follows existing timelines under EO2, which is the 15 to 35 working days, while the House version proposes tiered timelines to facilitate more time-bound responses, which is the 3-7-20 working days. As to the timeline, even though the 15 to 35 working days is currently under the existing EO, this is also the international standard. So some RTI bills or RTI laws internationally have the same period, which is the 1535 working days. But on the proposed version, in the House version, we are proposing to lesser the period of working days in processing FOI requests because based on our implementation, a government agency can facilitate an FOI request within 8 working days. So next, as to the online portal, the Senate version assigns this function to the DICT again, while the House version places it under the proposed RTI Commission. On the proactive disclosure, both versions include proactive disclosure provision, while the Senate version specified certain documents such as SALNs for particular officials. As to the House version, they also reiterated they recognized the SALN, but they did not put it under the proactive disclosure. On number 6, on exception, the Senate version provides a more defined list of exceptions, while the House version adopts a structured approach that includes mechanism for review and oversight. On presumption of access, both versions recognize access to information, with the House version further elaborating on the presumption of access and related safeguards. So in the House version as well, during the technical working group, some of our partners, civil society partners, proposes some safeguards as to the public interest test harm test. So we incorporated that on the House version, which it wasn't added in the Senate version. On the offenses and liabilities, both versions contain provisions on accountability with variations in the level of detail in implementation mechanisms. And finally, on whistleblower protection, both versions include provisions supporting the protection of individuals who disclose information in the public interest test. So given these substantial differences, it is important to determine which the current administration will endorse, as this will guide the Congress during the bicameral conference meeting. But nevertheless, even though there's no endorsement from the current in the executive, the Congress should pass this law because it's already part of the LEDAC. Next, please. So the movement toward comprehensive RTI legislation is also connected to the Philippines' commitments under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, or UNCAC. So as a background, the Philippines ratified UNCAC in 2006 and has undergone 2 review cycles under the UNCAC implementation review mechanisms. So during the second cycle, which focused on the preventive anti-corruption measures and asset recovery, reviewing experts recognized the country's existing transparency mechanism and FOI initiatives. However, they also identified an important continuing reform area. Specifically, the review recommended that the Philippines consider adopting a comprehensive legal and institutional framework for access to information that extends beyond the executive branch and applies across government institutions. This recommendation is significant because UNCAC treats access to information not merely as an administrative process, but as an as a preventive anti-corruption measure. So under Article 10, states are encouraged to enhance transparency in public administration and ensure public access to information. Under Article 13, states are encouraged to promote meaningful participation of civil society in governance and anti-corruption efforts. In this context, RTI legislation strengthens not only transparency, but also democratic participation, accountability, and public trust. And this international framework also helps explain why the current legislative moment is strategically important. Next, please. So for the strategic considerations, at present, the legislative process has entered a more advanced and technical phase. So to recap, in the House, the TW approved substitute bill is pending under the Committee on Appropriations. And in the Senate bill has already been passed for third and final reading. So this means the House process, once the House process is completed, the likely next step is the bicameral reconciliation. Importantly, both versions also derive from common policy foundation shaped by the PCO's FOI implementation, experience, and years of interagency consultation. So the central issue now is no longer basic policy formulation. So the challenge is how key provisions will ultimately be harmonized. Next. So this creates an important strategic reality for advocates and stakeholders. At this stage, influence shifts away from broad conceptual debates and toward detailed language negotiation. So the bicameral process is highly technical, compressed in timeline, and often driven heavily by staff-level drafting discussions. As a result, there's always a risk that reconciliation may produce a middle ground version that weakens certain safeguards or narrows implementation mechanisms in order to achieve consensus. That is why sustained engagement, even as for FOI-PCO, remains critical even after bills have substantially advanced. Advocacy at this stage become less about general support for transparency and more about protecting the integrity, enforceability, and institutional strength of the final law. Next, please. Several strategic implications emerge from the current legislative landscape. First, the Senate version presently carries procedural momentum because it is already completed plenary approval. Second, the House version reflects broader stakeholder consultation and contains more expansive institutional provisions. But it may also face stronger fiscal and implementation scrutiny, particularly during the appropriations review because of the creation of the RTI Commission. Third, the Committee on Appropriations becomes especially important because implementation structures, oversight mechanisms, digital infrastructure, and compliance system all carry resource implication. Finally, it is also important to recognize that executive agencies have been deeply involved throughout the drafting process. So the institutional participation helps ensure that the implementation considerations are incorporated early in the legislative design. Next, please. Given these realities, advocacy strategies may also need to evolve. The focus increasingly shifts from generally passage advocacy toward clause-by-clause engagement during bicameral reconciliation. So this means identifying which provisions are considered non-negotiable from a transparency and accountability perspective. So for example, the enforcement mechanism, the scope of coverage, the independence of an oversight structure, the public interest safeguards, and the accessibility provisions. So another important consideration is preventing the lowest common denominator outcomes, where the final version becomes substantially weaker than either chamber's originally proposal. At this stage, engagement with technical staff, committee personnel, bicameral conferees becomes just as important as engagement with the principal sponsors. And this is where civil society, media, academe, youth organization, and local government advocates can continue to play a meaningful role. So ultimately, the shared objective is not simply to pass an RTI law, but to secure a strong, enforceable, and institution-wide transparency framework that genuinely strengthens public accountability and democratic participation in the Philippines. So that's it for my session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Attorney Danica. Are there questions for Attorney Danica? If so, you can use the microphone in the center. Any questions?
Okay. Putting it in record. So based on our review of the timeline of the 20th Congress, so currently they are in session, but they will, I think they will suspend their session until June 5. So based on the timeline, they only have 3 weeks from today, I think today, until June 5. And it will go to the process. So on Wednesday, we will have a meeting on the Committee on Appropriations. So technically, there's 2 weeks for the second reading and third reading. And I don't think it will happen within the 2 weeks timeline. So after June 5, the session will resume on July 27, which is the SONA. So it won't be passed, I think it won't be passed by June, given of the 3-week timeline.
Since Ms. Malu opened the question, might as well ask. So what are the fallback if we don't get it by June? So I know that there's still a policy window after the SONA, but that's the LEDAC target. But we don't necessarily have to go back to square one.
Yeah.
But yeah, what happens if we don't have yet the law and we still have a lot of like problems with the current policy framework? And currently we have been observing through partners how the technical budget hearings are going, and we've asked the ICT actually about the implementation of the EFOI. I don't know if they're not aware of it, but they said that they are not in charge of any budget requirement, or no staff were actually deployed in implementing the EFOI, which is, to my knowledge, should be the case. So I'm asking that because we have important considerations, especially on costing, budget. If we don't have a law, then what will be the operational backbone of the FOI portal?
Okay. For the first question as to what will happen after the June, so since the half of the Congress is still in session, so if it will be on the second or third reading, I think we have plenty of time until the 20th Congress end. So what we want in the PCO is we advance as much as we can this first half, and then in the second half, I think the Congress won't have any more reasons to delay more, because we are already in the advanced stage of the law of the bill, of the RTI bill. As to the DICT, I think they are not aware because it was inserted by Senator Kiko Pangilinan during the second reading. So, but I think part of the periods of amendments is that they inserted that the DICT will create a bureau. So once the law will pass, that's the time they will create a bureau, which will oversee the transparency portals. And they mentioned that they will allocate staff and budget necessary for for their mandate. So that's what we heard during the period of amendments, and I think it was also reflected in the substitute or the Senate bill. It will depend on the on what law will pass, because let's say the Senate bill version will be passed. Of course, the PCO, FOI-PMO will be abolished. So it either the staff will be carried over to the DICT Bureau, or if they will create a new, because there's no transitory provision on the Senate bill. So unlike on the House version, that there's a transitory provision that the current structure, fund, and personal allocation of the FOI-PMO will be transferred to the RTI Commission. So that's not the case in the House, on the Senate version. So the Senate version only provides that there's a bureau under the DICT, and they will create they will provide the necessary funding for the creation of that bureau, and they may allocate some stuff for that matter. So, but there's no clear black and white provision that the FOI-PMO will be absorbed to the DICT bureau.
We have a lot of respect for the FOI-PMO team, but this question must be probably put out in the public domain for the local government unit advocates here. Of the 26 priority legislation listed by the President, 4 have actually strong or important transparency and accountability values. The RTI bill, Cadena bill, the anti-political dynasty bill, as well as the ICC, Independent Commission on Infra. It looks like only the FOI is moving forward. I don't know if this should be answered. I know Attorney Danica is very circumspect when it comes to asking questions like this, but we've discussed this. We don't see exactly a measure of the buy-in of the PCO secretary and the president. And it looks like if you want to have some messaging of impact when he delivers his SONA, the RTI bill or the RTI law would be of the 4. The only thing possibly promising. I don't know if you have a sense of how committed or how invested or how much the President and the PCO Secretary like the FOI or the RTI law to pass.
Of course, for the RTI law, since it's part of the PCO's priority, because aside from the RTI law, there's the anti-fake news bill. So those 2 priorities were identified by the Secretary himself as his priority legislative agenda. As to the higher buy-in, ma'am. So we are not privy on the commitment, because we are not part of the LEDAC. Particularly Ms. Casey and I and the FOI-PMO are not part of the meetings. So we cannot assure, or we cannot get what they are talking about during the LEDAC. So what was disseminated to us is that these 2 bills are the priorities. So they let us do we attend the meetings, we draft position papers, and the secretary approved them himself. So I think we are naman po na he's supportive. Of course, he is supportive. Thank you, ma'am. If done for next session. I think I have another session after lunch break. So if you have to discuss it more, I am very happy to entertain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Danica. So now we will have a 5-minute break to pick up our coffee from outside before we go to session 2, the LGU resolution strategy. Thank you. Welcome back. So session 2 introduces the central strategic idea, which this entire workshop is organized, the campaign for LGU resolutions endorsing the passage of RTI at the national level. Our presenter will take us through the targeting framework, the rationale for the resolution benchmark, the role of regional clusters, and how the local campaign connects with the national push. It is my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Mr. Timothy Salomon from Code NGO. Please welcome Timothy.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Allies on the right to information, friends. Apologies, Attorney Doris Ramirez is sending her regards to everyone. She is just indisposed at the moment, is going through something with her physical status, so I'll be delivering her presentation here. Feel free to ask questions at any point. I was given an hour and I didn't prepare for the whole hour. I didn't want to stand between you and your lunch. So, here presenting is the LGU resolution strategy. It's basically a strategy where we do our best to get our local Sanggunians to pass statements of support for the passage of the right to information law, and basically building up the momentum, especially that our legislative gap is on the House of Representatives, where the representatives come from localities where these possible local government units will be as well. So just to introduce our organization, we're the Caucus of Development NGO Networks. We claim to be the largest civil society network in the Philippines with 2,000 NGOs, POs, and cooperatives and other social development entities in the country. So with our broad coalition, we aim to strengthen the voice of civil society on key issues such as this right to information legislation. So this is the general outline of the discussion. We try to build the case for the passage of the RTI and how the LGU resolution strategy will aim towards achieving the passage of such an RTI legislation. So what is the legal basis? Our director is a lawyer, so it will come naturally that there are legal basis, but I will do my best. If I know there are lawyers here who would do this better than me. But the very basis of the RTI proposed legislation is the Constitution, which guarantees citizens right to information or freedom of information, so that citizens can actively participate in decisions that affect their lives. And emphasizing that public office is public trust, which means that the basis of any politician or of public officer or a government official would be the trust of the citizens in their doing their job. And the best way to do that is to show transparency. So if people do have access to information, are able to see the key policies, the data, the program delivery targets, etc., budget, people would have a semblance that perhaps our public officials are doing their job because they know what's being undertaken. They have access to information to counter-check whatever it is that officials or authorities are undertaking. So this is also anchored on our international commitments. The UNODC, I believe, is one of the key stakeholders in monitoring and encouraging the implementation of such commitments on the UN Convention Against Corruption. So the UN Convention Against Corruption says that citizens have a right to express their ideas and to access information regarding these things. The ONCAC also promotes citizens to participate in the battle against corruption and in preventing corruption. And one key enabling policy would be a right to information law. So it would be impossible to, not impossible, it will be very difficult to battle corruption if there is secrecy and there is a culture of confidentiality in government, wherein citizens are not able to uncover what is within their right to find out, because as these affect their daily living. So for example, in the Philippines, I believe one of the key issues is the flood control scandal. If would have had an freedom of information law or right to information law, we could have prevented, or we could have better tools to nip it in the bud. But otherwise, the secrecy festered and resulted in trillions of pesos being stolen. The freedom of information or right to information legislation is also part of the Sustainable Development Goals on 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. It's the indicator 10. So if we do pass this is a clear target that we are going towards the Sustainable Development Goals, which actually ends soon in 2030. So where are we so far? It's not as if we're not starting anywhere. We have an executive order. I believe this is in the Duterte administration, which passed a freedom of information policy within the executive department. So it operationalizes people's right to information. It provides mandatory proactive disclosures on key issues, such I believe the organizational structures, the budgets, the process flows of key public services, etc., so that people do not find it difficult to engage government on very basic matters, such as on who to go to when they have a concern or who to go to when they need to access public services. There is also a standard process with which to request information. I believe the deadline is 15 days to get a reply, and other such extensions if the request is complicated or complex. So, but there are deadlines set. I'm not sure if these are always met, but there is at least a policy that guarantees a right to a right that you get a reply from the government agencies. Also, there is a narrowly defined limitations on right to information. So matters of national security or privacy, personal privacy, I believe bank secrecy also, and narrowly defined. Although these are things that we also wish to tackle in the freedom of information law or the right to information legislation that we aim to pass. So there are still gaps. We want right to information legislation because the EO2 does not give the full breadth of the policy cover that we would need to fulfill the Filipino citizens' right to information. So the EO2 only covers the executive branch of government. So this means to say that we cannot use EO2 to compel Senate and the House of Representatives to comply to this policy, as well as a judiciary. They would have their own procedures, but I believe that these are not commensurate to the progress that we have achieved with the executive. So we do need the right to information legislation so that the coverage of government agencies and government officials would be comprehensive. Another is the EO2 could be revoked by any president because this emanated from the passage of the Duterte administration. Marcos Jr. could remove it because it is within the auspices of the office of the president. But so far, we should not fret. At least there are at least 106 local government units that have passed their own freedom of information ordinances in local government units. 106. That's not a small number. 106. This shows that there is political will that emanates from the local level. Mayors, local legislators, and citizens, civil society. do show that there is clamor for the passage of a national law by operationalizing the right to information in their respective localities. From what I believe, there are cities, municipalities, and even barangays who have adopted their own right to information ordinances. But there's a long way to go. 106 is not the whole Philippines. We have 82 provinces, 149 cities, 1,493 municipalities, and 42,004 barangays. So there's still a lot to cover. I believe 106 only meets about less than 20%. So if that is the approach, there is much work to be done. And this can all be achieved with a single passage of the right to information legislation. And even with the 106, the standards that they follow vary. From what I heard, some have passed their legislation, but have yet to convene the very first meeting. Some are in some level of progress, where some citizens are already happy accessing the information that they used to not be able to access from their local government units. So it varies. It also depends on the length of time. There's a learning curve, there's a transition period. So these local governments undertake this policy change, these policy reforms on their own accord. So their resources are not guaranteed if we do not have the right to information legislation. So if it gets passed, the local governments can and should be able to access more public funds to realize their right to information mechanisms on the ground. So there is no unified enforcement mechanisms and appeals structure. Although there is the Presidential Communications Office that undertakes this at the national level. I believe you have like a FOI manuals in national government agencies. There's some tracking of the request procedures, how long does it take, etc. But I believe the PCO also needs a lot of resources to enforce it within national government agencies. And I can only imagine how much resources this will take to enforce it with local government units up to the barangay level. So those will be the resources that the right to information legislation could bring. So why do we need an FOI law? First and foremost, especially given our political climate, it is necessary to battle corruption. It strengthens anti-corruption efforts. I cannot imagine PCIJ battling corruption if they didn't have access to information. And it is very hard because if you do have an information space that is not open, in order to battle corruption, you would have to undertake creative ways to access the information. So by not having a right to information legislation, we actually make it hard for whistleblowers and those who battle corruption to undertake their work. So what the RTI law achieves is to actually protect our whistleblowers by providing those enabling conditions to access the information. So not will we only make it easier, we will also make it safer for those who undertake this important work. Third, it fulfills international commitments. I have mentioned a while ago, I believe we're one of those who, it's correct me if I'm wrong, from UNODC, a lot of countries already have this kind of legislation, right? And it does not bode well that the Philippines still doesn't have it, even if we do claim to be one of the open government champions in the country. I'm wearing the it's the Open Government Week today, and one of the requirements to be an open government member of the Philippines is to have an FOI or RTI legal framework, which we don't have. We have with the executive order, but it's not. There's a huge gap to it. So it reinforces our standing at the global stage if we do pass it, especially within the context of a flood control scandal. It sends a signal that we are serious with our work. Right to information legislation also provides legal certainty. The EU2 can be removed anytime. And the local legislations in the local government units could also be removed anytime by the respective mayors or barangay captain or governors. So if we do have that law, it provides legal cover for all of government. It does improve public service delivery and makes local government felt. Why? Because if your local government proactively discloses their budget, their programs, their activities and projects, citizens would feel better with how their resources, their taxes, are spent by our local government officials. Just by that public disclosure, it already builds trust because they show what your structure is, what your money, where the money is going, where it is expected. So it doesn't work well that you try to present yourself as a good governance advocate, but the people do not see what you're doing in your local government or even national government. And at the end, net effect is it builds trust in our public institutions, especially with what is happening in our political landscape. Trust is a currency that is hard to come by lately. Some of our democratic institutions, accountability institutions are in question. So I think there's no better time to pass this so as to, and even we could use this against these fiascos to get access to this information, like for example, the flood control scandal. There are issues with the report of the Blue Ribbon Committee. If we do pass this, people could get access to that information. And all these things, they say knowing is half the battle. The FOI bill can deliver at least half of the battle for us. So, what is the strategy to pass that we are recommending here? It's the LGU resolution strategy. So we're at the most advanced stages now. So why local governments at this point? The RTI bill has passed the Senate, and it's at the stage in the House of Representatives where I believe it's being discussed by the Committee on Appropriations. So with regards to the resources needed to implement it eventually. So it's at the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives is composed of representatives from the respective districts from around the country. And therefore their mandates essentially emanate from their localities. So for example, we're here now at Pasig. So I don't know how many congressmen or congresswomen are from Pasig, but for example, if Mayor Vico passes such a resolution, it will send a strong signal to the Congress representatives from Pasig to push for the passage. That is the idea behind it, to rally the support of local stakeholders towards the passage of such an important legislation. Also, the president has set a target passage of the law by June. So it's May, half of May. So we could use this to pressure our legislators to undertake this important work. So what really is the LGU resolution strategy? So we aim to mobilize at least 100 local government units to adopt a resolution calling for the passage of the RTI law. So now we convene civil society organizations, academe, and youth organizations in particular to engage their local government units to pass these legislations. And there is a national infrastructure that we aim to agree upon here on how to push and to track this resolution strategy. So it will be led by our partners from the Right to Know right now, and we are a member of it, and I'm sure many of those here are also members of it. You could also join the coalition if you want. So what is it? There is already a draft resolution. Uh, you Actually, when I was promoting this event to our colleagues from the different networks, they were already asking if they could have a copy of the resolution. So we could publish it possibly at some point. I just told them, attend first and then we will give you. So yeah, there are a lot that have shown interest to do their engagements already, so that we're at least we're not at step zero. Some people already know their local legislators and have already mentioned this to them. So hopefully we could meet the 100, even more. So there's already a draft. We will upload it in social media, I guess, at some point. We will just announce it. So yun, here are some steps to the resolution strategy. So first, in order for any legislative process, we need to look for a sponsor. So engage one of your local Sangguniang representatives. It could be any one of them. Best if it's the Committee on Good Governance or Committee on Public Information. So, but any of them will work. Have the representative go through the legislative mill at the local level to pass it. There's the first reading to refer it to the appropriate committee, and have the said committee deliberate it. So in the deliberation, I'm sure many of us are familiar with the process of parliamentary procedure. There would be sessions such as theoretical working groups or readings. So if the civil society is invited to be resource persons, please do oblige the request and make your statement count. And this is where intervention is most impactful. We've heard several of our civil society members speak about the right to information. I believe in the Senate, I've watched the proceedings, and you could undertake your own such manifestations, interventions at the local level. Next, the second and third reading, it's generally the legislative mill. Have it passed. I believe we would not expect that much resistance because it's just a resolution. A resolution is basically a manifestation from the local government that calls for the passage of the bill. This does not require any allocation of resources, does not require the assignment of a particular staff or work hours of our local government units. So it's just to add to the voice of the target 100 local government units who call for the passage of the legislation. So have it adopted by majority vote and get copies of the resolution. We ask you to report to the Secretariat so that we could count you into the target 100 LGUs. So there, some practical tips. Practical tips. Number one, identify and approach LGU champions. So we identified some who would be strategic. So especially start where you already have existing relations. So it wouldn't be hard to set a meeting if you already know the person. Target good governance advocates. It does not work if you engage legislators who have some bad record in their past. So please target good governance advocates. Well, if it's strategic, it's up to you how to maneuver whatever political impacts that could make. A key member is the Sangguniang Kabataan. So you could also engage them to make their intervention. And if you can, target the vice mayor because he or she would preside the actual Sanggunian process. So it would be easier if we have his or her buy-in so that it moves forward quickly. Yeah, and you could also tap support coalition at the local level. So if you have a people's council, you could use that people's council or the members of local development councils or whatever governance body where civil society sit to push for the passage of such an resolution. And if you have energy and time, a well-written statement calling for passage would work to serve as a counterpoint to the actual legislative process. There, lastly, we ask you to develop localized messages so that the case would be something that is felt at the local level. For example, if you have a flood control project in your local government unit, you could use that as an example. Or if there are issues such as projects that affect your locality. So, for example, there are cutting of trees that did not have a permit, etc., or whatever. If there were allegations of stolen funds in the area, you could use the RTI law as a proposed solution so that you could you could resolve the issue in your locality, whatever it is, to frame and build the case for the passage of the law. Yes, also, I believe many of our partners from the business community are also behind the passage of are calling for the passage of the RTI law. So our partners from Makati Business Club and other business associations. So having a freedom of information legislation does attract investment because there are better processes, for example, of getting permits, or there are better processes to access key information like for development plans or land use plans, so to speak. There are some concerns usually that arise when we call for freedom of information. So some local governments might say that it adds more burden to them, but based on our experience, it initially there's a transition period, but in the long term, I believe 1 or 2 years, it gets easier because of the proactive disclosure. So less requests come when the information that citizens are looking for has been published before. So it does provide less work after the transition period. And the exceptions are reasonable. So as we said, issues such as national security or privacy we will not violate those rights to privacy, and we will not endanger our country in the process of providing access to information. So there, key points to remember: please get official copies of your resolution. Notify the secretariat when you are conducting the work and you've achieved certain milestones so that we could track it. Publicize the adoption. If you could post it in social media or have a local media interview or article online or in the local newspaper, please do pursue them so that we could build the momentum. And follow up with your district representatives. So at the end of the day, it's still the House of Representatives who will pass the law. So if they do get copies of the resolution, it provides them more motivation to follow up on their colleagues on proceedings of the RTI legislation process. So there, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Timothy. Are there questions for Timothy and Code NGO?
Not a question, but an input. So earlier there was a point about if are there like other countries that has an FOI advocacy, an FOI policy? At this point, it's already like easier to count those that do not have an FOI advocacy. The UN recognizes like 190 countries, while there are already like 130 countries already with either an executive order like the Philippines or a fully established law. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Patrick. Other comments?
Just a really quick question. Is there a list of parang priority LGUs that we are targeting? Parang are there strategic reasons, like, you know, like maybe the biggest LGUs, something more symbolic, right? Something like that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that question. And for that specific question, it's your groupings that will determine the priority LGUs. And thank you for that, because that's actually a good opening to the next session. So Section 3 is our first working session, and by the end of this hour, every regional cluster must leave with the named list of priority LGUs. And this is because without that, the strategy remains an idea on paper. So this session will be facilitated by Mr. John Hyde of UNODC. You will be working in Part A of the action planning template. You have printouts on your table, and also we have shared them to you via Google Drive. Each table will also have a documenter from the FOI-PMO, who will also help you facilitate this session. So, Mr. John Hyde, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Kirby, and greetings, everybody, and to people who were with us last year, as well as some new faces this year too. Okay, so just an overview of what we're going to look at in this session. Within your clusters, so your geographical clusters, see if we can be identifying 3 to 5 LGUs with some good intelligence advocacy information. And we want you to share relevant information. 20 years ago, I was working here with the parliamentarians who are advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights. And like with the FOI legislation, there were lots of drafts, and it took, I think, until 2013, 2015. And so having been involved in advocacy here with parliamentarians, and having been a parliamentarian and a mayor before, it still amazes me today that you can identify champions in your cause that you would never have expected. So many of us working today in freedom of information, in right to information. There may be people in the private sector, in faith-based organisations, in other groups. There may be very conservative groups that you would never think of that are allies. But because of your local networks and your engagement, maybe through your own church, through a sporting group or elsewhere, you suddenly can discover allies that you would never have thought of. As an Australian, we have very strong FOI and RTI, but we don't in terms of mining sector transparency. And the United States, who is so bad on so many things, over there, the mining companies in the US said, we want transparency. We want you to publish our procurement information. We want you to publish who's getting which contract, which mining lease, because it creates a level playing field. So they didn't see it as being a financial disadvantage, they saw it as being an advantage. So people involved in FOI in the US, suddenly you have an ally that you would never have thought of. So part of what's exciting about this session, and you'll be spending the time working on it, is to be getting factual information. Which are the LGUs? We're all told that there are 89, but my experience of local government, there may have been LGUs that have signed up, but they've never done anything about it. You'll know which are the ones that are doing work, which are the ones that have got the ability to help other partner LGUs. And clearly out of this session, and building on what Timothy's been asking for as well, is for you to be identifying, okay, where are the strengths, where do we not have to do so much work, but where are the gaps? Where is the value adding, the advocacy work that we can do that with a little bit of a push can get a really strong result? And clearly out of this is to see if we can assign somebody in the group to take responsibility. So my understanding is that the rapporteur from the FOI will be filling in the information online for us and everybody to share. Okay, so the action planning template is our key document today and tomorrow. So you've all got a hard copy. You've all, I'm told, been given the electronic link as well. So this template is number 6. The action planning template. Okay, so this session up till lunch at 12:30, what we're working on, work out within your groups here, so you'll be in the same groups again this afternoon and tomorrow, who's taking the coordination role within it, what the region, the provinces that are being covered. And then part A, from your discussions in the next 40 minutes, to look realistically at the LGUs that you think you can approach within 60 days to get not only strong feedback but commitment. Now, the point that Timothy raised in terms of you get an LGU in a particular area to come on board and to suddenly be doing local media, local opportunities at meetings, that puts pressure on the National Congress representatives. As Congress people have got 121,000 different topics they should be looking at. When they get a little bit of a prod from an LGU or a local person, that puts our issue of the RTI higher up the chain of their priorities. Okay, so part A is the key information that we hope we can get to be shared during this session. Okay, so list the LGUs. Try and keep this information in mind about how you're approaching. It's not what you think somebody else told you, but it's actually what you do know, that you've got first-hand knowledge or from a colleague who's got reliable information, not the cousin of the uncle of the person who sweeps the mayor's swimming pool. But you've got realistic information. Okay, so what we'll break into now, see if we can have about 40 minutes in our groups, talk through the gaps, the priority, that key list of where you think we can be making impact. To look at the value, if you've got the champion LGUs already that are doing great things, list those and why, and how that can be used with the others. Okay, and so one of the key outcomes we want is for you to be indicating what are the target LGUs in the next 60 days, and obviously if you've got a contact, who's the mover and shaker within the LGU that can get this on the agenda and into an action mode. All right. And do we have anyone in Mindanao yet? Yes, great. Oh, we've combined. Brilliant. All right. Everybody knows where they are? Yes? All right, so let's see if we'll just work now individually in your groups for 35 minutes, see if we can get a list that can then be reported back and shared with the rest of us. Any queries, questions, comments, suggestions? No. I feel eagerness everywhere. All right, let's go for about 35 minutes. That's a blast from the past. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see how the system's going to work. Our Luzon people seem to have reams of information. So how about if we ask the South and the North to report back first to give us a summary of what you've discovered, priorities, gaps, and your designated spokesperson.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's such a productive morning for all of us, no? Ayan. So all of the cities or the municipalities that we've actually identified in our team, it's a number of municipalities actually in cities. So let me share some of them. Okay, so some of us have identified Bulacan, Malolos City, Bulacan, Baliwag, Burgos, Infanta, Pangasinan, Bay Laguna, Baliwag, Bulacan. So these are the parts of similar cities and municipalities and provinces. Siniloan, Laguna, Bulacan, Bulacan, Isabela, Cavite, General Trias, and Tanza. So these are the mostly mentioned cities that we have in our team. So some of the reasons why my teammates also chose these is because most of them have no existing FOI ordinance. So it really makes hard for the people to request the documents and the reports for the sake of transparency. There are several projects that provide no clear reports, and also not only on the issues but also with the existing relationships that my teammates have with the local LGU or the LGU, the close coordinations with the city councilors, the ASCII councils, and also the feasibility that this FOI will be passed. So there are several LGUs, of course, we know that they're not very inclined. They don't really lean on forwarding the advocacy of transparency, of course, and also the political environment. So also we have identified these because RTI will address public accountability for the sake of transparency. When the people know where their taxes are going, when they know what the projects are being made is all about. So they are more relaxed, they are more relieved, they trust more about their leaders on the projects that they do. Also, it strengthens collaboration. So not only in the LGU, but also with student leaders, also with the other stakeholders, especially in the part of the youth. Also, the public are compelled to engage and they are empowered when they know what is happening. Of course, it's not only the LGU's job of providing transparency to the public, but also it's our job, it's a responsibility also to ask it from them. And hence, aside from all of these, my teammates really believe that even though there is an existing FI ordinance in some parts, South Luzon and North Luzon is really in need of FOI to be passed in these areas. Thank you.
New champions that you might have discovered from the discussion.
Okay, so they're actually most of the champions that we have identified are mostly coming from the LGUs themselves. So there are student leaders also who are able to collaborate, but these are very specific people, city councilors, SK councils. Do we need to mention specifically, or is it?
So a few of the champions we listed, for example, for the province of Laguna, for the provincial board of Laguna, we have a champion of good governance, board member Bernadette Olivares. So she was the first one who passed the open infra ordinance in the whole Philippines on the provincial level. So definitely we will have, she is a champion in passing our resolution for RTI in the provincial level of Laguna. So another champion that we could tap into is board member Kirby Salazar, so of the Provincial Board of Cavite. So he is the president of the National Movement of Young Legislators of the Philippines, and he has a good connection with the provincial government. So maybe we can tap into him on the provincial level of Cavite. And for Quezon, we have board member Kim Tan. So he is the son of Governor Helen Tan. So we could maybe tap into. So these are examples of the champions that those who are within our network.
To who would the spokesperson be over here?
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, UNODC and FOI-PMO for organizing this. So our group had quite a spirited discussion, and a lot of it also took on a more macro lens in identifying how we're going to pass this bill. Aside from identifying LGUs, our group also identified several other pathways that could be considered in lieu of reaching out to the specific and individual LGUs. There were 4 pathways actually identified, which we just like to share with everyone, especially in that we have members here from R2KRN with wider networks and code NGO. So among the pathways, first is these are what ifs types of things that we could consider in the passage of the bill. The first is what if we went directly to the Congress and the signing of like maybe 100 plus legislators and the signing of a singular statement or petition. Similarly, we could go to the League of Mayors, which is a group of vice mayors or group of all the mayors in the Philippines. That's called Liga, and for them to sign a statement or petition. Third, an omnibus statement of multiple mayors in NCR, Luzon, Mindanao, to sign the statement or resolution. And yes, there were 3 main pathways. So, okay, yes. The fourth is the youth business groups or the academe, looking more into these sectoral groups and how they could present their support together. So this was in the spirit of time. If we were able to reach out to these people in groups and make them all submit a singular statement together, it was suggested that it might be more effective. But of course, we also did our homework and identified for NCR what are our top 4. So for NCR, we identified Manila, our top 5, Manila, Pasig, Quezon City, Muntinlupa, and Valenzuela. Now, all of these, except for Manila, have already existing FOI ordinances. So, and a bunch of these, such as Pasig, have already been quite established in their FOI implementation, especially in that, as Sir mentioned earlier, who are the champions. We have the champion Mayor Vico Soto in Pasig City, who's also part of Good Governance, Mayors for Good Governance, yeah. So, yeah, those are our 4 identified LGUs to be engaged with in creating this resolution. But again, our group would like to highlight the alternative pathways. Are we mentioning the messaging strategy or for later? Okay. Thank you. We're advanced. Okay. That's it for NCR. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's it for NCR group.
Okay. Any surprises out of the discussions? Did somebody learn something?
The surprise was for me looking at more the macro view, and I really appreciated it actually because as coming out of or like in my way I approach things, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do the homework. I mean, we're here for this workshop, like we're supposed to identify LGUs, but I really like how there was also a thinking out of the box that happened within our group, like identifying other pathways that we could direct our energy to as advocates for FI.
All right, well done. All right, now to the south. Oh, you've got your own.
Hello, yeah. Okay, so for us, we're assigned, as John said, with the half of the Philippines, Visayas and Mindanao. So just a bit of a background. So again, I mentioned a while ago that we're not really from Visayas and Mindanao, but at least in our discussion our strategy is to really maximize our existing networks. Since we are from the academic community, most of our networks in different provinces in different areas are really state universities and colleges and other higher education institutions, which in most cases we find it effective because whenever we engage, or at least higher education institutions, whenever they engage local government units or any political instrumentalities, it's much more effective because they are being seen as non-partisan. That's one. And another thing is, it's data-driven. So at least in some of our experiences, whenever we engage LGUs, whenever we present the data, they don't say something like, they don't say something against what we present because it's backed up by data. So at the least, our strategy and also in identifying the LGUs are those LGUs in which we have academic partners, aside from champions in the LGUs themselves. So in our case, most of it are in the province of Iloilo and in Western Visayas because number one, at the least relatively, they are that region is relatively much more progressive than the other areas in the Visayas region. So what are those LGUs? So first and foremost, the Iloilo province, because currently we have an engagement with the whole of province of Iloilo, as I mentioned, in localizing women and children's protection policies. So it covers a lot of municipalities already. So if we cover the province, possibly municipalities and a component city in that province will follow through. So our contact is Gov Toto Defensor, and another is board member Jason Gonzalez. Gov Toto is was once a student of our director in UP, Dr. Francisco Magno. So he has a close relationship with him, and so far, whenever we engage him, it's relatively easier for us because of that relationship. So we're trying to maximize that. No, they don't have an existing FY ordinance, but of course, as I mentioned earlier, they're relatively progressive and very innovative in terms of policies and in terms of direction. So it's a good idea to include them. Then the rest are just Iloilo City. We have a contact with Mayor Treñas. Although not the current Mayor Treñas, but the father Treñas. So but I think it will be the same in terms of strategy because they are just father and son, father and daughter. The father and daughter relationship, you can maximize it. Then we have Carles. We also have a relationship with the mayor. And the rest, we have a relationship with at least one of the Sangguniang Bayan members. And we have an SUC partner, which they have a personal relationship with a member of the Sangguniang Bayan. So at least in some other municipalities like Barotac Nuevo, we don't have a personal connection with a member of the Sangguniang Bayan, but we can maximize the local partner to really rally and lobby and push the LGU to pass a resolution, or perhaps taking off from the suggestion of the NCR people to have an alternative pathway, perhaps a statement, perhaps a joint statement for in that matter, if a resolution will not be possible. So that's for Iloilo, and then for the rest, we have Cebu City, of course, also progressive. We have a contact with Vice Mayor Tommy Osmeña as the Vice Mayor. Then Negros Occidental with Gov Bong Lacson, and we also have a partner university, which is Carlos Hilado Memorial State University. And then Bacolod City. So most of them, aside from Iloilo, are cities which we think that if they are the ones leading, or if they are the ones leading in this initiative or in this advocacy, some of the surrounding municipalities or provinces will just follow through. And then in Mindanao, at least we have two, but what we're thinking is if even we only have these two, it will be easier to follow through again, because for example, Zamboanga City, they have an FOI ordinance, and we also have a contact with the mayor and the local disaster risk reduction management officer. That's on the western side of Mindanao, and then we have on the northeast side, Butuan City, in which we have a personal connection with the mayor, Lawrence Fortun. So in this case, at least we covered the west and the east. So in terms of geographical scope, and then we also have, of course, an SUC partner. So in our case, our strategy is to maximize both our connection with the LGU and also our academic partners to really multiply and at least amplify the efforts when it comes to pushing LGUs to promote the RTI, the passage of the RTI bill at the national level. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That brought back some memories for me. 22 years since I was in Iloilo, and I checked, and some of the same family names in the power structures are still there now. Yeah, very interesting. That was quite fascinating what the three groups have presented. And we go back to Timothy's presentation, and there was the challenge there to see if we can get about 100 LGUs identified. So it might be champions, or it might be LGUs that we have done nothing and that we need to work hard on. So perhaps as an outcome from this session, if the rapporteurs, either today or by tomorrow, if we could combine and just get an analysis just to see how many LGUs have been identified. So I think it would be pretty close to the 100 from just my observation, but that'd be a good number for us to have. Now, I'll pass back to Kirby because we're dead on time for lunch, and then we'll come back to the resolution session and then the messaging session after lunch. But thank you, that's some great work. Well done.
Thank you so much, John. So now we will break for lunch. The lunch is just outside, and this is also the same venue for the lunch. And see you in an hour. Thank you.
check.
And welcome back to session 4, the model resolution. So this session takes us from strategy and targeting into the instrument the campaign actually delivers to councils, the model resolution. By the end of this hour, each of you should be holding a draft you could realistically present to a Sangguniang sponsor in your priority LGUs within the coming weeks. So this session is structured in 2 parts. First, FOI-PMO will walk us through the model document and which provisions to keep standard and which to customize. Then we will leave it up to you to customize this model resolution. So this is document 1 in your packet. It's called Model LGU Resolution, and it's also in your G drive. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Attorney Danica Orcolo of FOI-PMO. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, as discussed by Attorney Kirby, we will be presenting the model resolution. But I think aside from presenting for you to adopt or for the LGUs to adopt, we might also ask for your inputs. So if there's need for improvement on the model resolution, we can do it so since the file is editable naman, I think, in the G drive. So again, in this session, we will walk through the model resolution that may be used by local government units to formally endorse and urge the passage of the RTI Act. So the objective of this template is twofold: to provide LGUs and partner organizations with a ready and legally rounded draft that can be easily adapted for local adoption. And second, to help ensure that resolutions coming from different municipalities and cities carry a consistent national messaging, supporting transparency, accountability, and public participation. Okay. So as mentioned, we have printed the draft model resolution. However, there's a slight revisions lang as to specifically yung doon sa whereas clause. So, I think hindi ko lang siya na-add. But again, as you can see in the slide, the title of the resolution is intentionally framed around three key principles. Number 1, strengthening local governance. Number 2, promoting transparency and accountability. And number 3, empowering citizen participation in public affairs. So these are important because the campaign is not only about supporting national legislation, but it is also about demonstrating that access to information has direct relevance to local governance and public service delivery. The opening whereas clause established the constitutional and international legal basis for resolution. So I think it was not reflected here sa slide and also sa printed file, but in the editable file under the Google Drive, so we also added the first clause, which is the Article 2, Section 28 of the 1987 Constitution, and then the Article 3, Section 7 of the same Constitution. So together, these recognize the state policy of full public disclosure and the people's right to information on matters of public concern. So this whereas clause is, I think, a standard and templated because it is important because it anchors the resolution not merely in policy reference, but in constitutional principles already recognized in the Philippine law. The second clause referenced the Philippines' obligation under the UNCAC, particularly Articles 10 and 13, which emphasize transparency in public administration and meaningful participation of civil society. So including UNCAC also reinforces that RTI legislation aligns with the country's international anti-corruption commitments. So after establishing the legal foundations, the succeeding clauses explain why an RTI law is necessary at this stage. So in this succeeding whereas clause explains that the practical and governance significance of an national RTI law. So as discussed by team earlier, so we must show the local government unit the importance or the practical aspect of a national RTI law. So the first clause highlights the comprehensive RTI Act would establish a durable and uniform statutory framework for access to information across all branches and levels of government, including the local government units. So the distinction is important. At present, many transparency mechanisms rely on executive issuances or local ordinances. A national law would institutionalize these standards and provide stronger legal certainty, continuity, and enforceability. The next clause references the current legislative status of the RTI bill in Congress. So this serves so first, to show that the legislation already has substantial momentum. Second, to communicate that local governments are intervening at a strategically important point in the legislative process. So as to the succeeding clauses, then connect RTI directly to local governance outcome. So for example, improving integrity in public service, strengthening accountability, building public trust, and establishing clear standards for disclosure and request handling. So these provisions are especially important because when presenting the resolution to local government or local councils, they help frame RTI not as an abstract national issue, but as a practical governance tool that benefits local government themselves. So in many cases, local officials are more receptive when transparency is linked to operational clarity, public trust, and reduced administrative uncertainty. So the resolution also emphasizes that LGUs are not merely passive beneficiaries of RTI legislation, they are the active stakeholders in the reform. Okay, next, the next whereas clauses focuses on the roles of local government units in advancing the national transparency agenda. So the first clause recognized that as of May 2026, 106 LGUs have already adopted local FOI ordinances or executive order. So for FOI-PMO, when we say local government units, we are only limiting it to the provincial municipalities and cities. So we are not counting yet the barangay. So when we say 106, it's the 3 classifications only. This is very important point strategically because it also demonstrates support for transparency reforms already exist at the and that many LGUs are not waiting for national legislation before adopting access to information mechanisms. So the resolution therefore positions the proposed RTI Act not as a completely new initiative, but as a measure that will harmonize, strengthen, and institutionalize existing local transparency efforts. So the next clause is particularly important because it localized ownership of the resolution. So by stating that the Sangguniang Bayan or Sangguniang Panlusod desires to add its voice to the growing national demand, the LGU becomes part of the broader nationwide movement for transparency and accountability. So this framing matters because legislative advocacy is often strengthened when Congress sees geographically distributed support from local governments across different regions and political constituencies. So for CSOs and advocacy groups, this clause can also help during engagement with local officials because it frames adoption not as an isolated political act, but as a participation in a growing collective initiative. So we now move to the operative portion of the resolution, so the resolving clauses. So this section is important because it defines the formal actions being taken by the LGU. So the first resolving clause formally endorses and urges Congress to prioritize and pass RTI Act during the remaining sessions of the 20th Congress. The second clause expresses support for a strong national RTI framework with enforceable and uniform standard. This is important because it emphasizes that the campaign is advocating not merely for an RTI law, but for one that contains meaningful implementation and accountability mechanism. The third clause directly calls upon district representatives to support the legislation. This is strategically significant because members of Congress are generally responsive to formal positions adopted by LGUs within their constituencies. The fourth clause covers transmittal. Again, this is critical operation component of the campaign. So the value of the resolution depends not only on adoption but also on proper transmission to the Senate, to the House of Representatives, District Representative, and we also added the PCO, for monitoring purposes, and the Right to Know Right Now Coalition. So proper transmittal ensures that resolution become visible within the legislative process and are included in advocacy tracking and documentation efforts. So the final clause directs publication and dissemination in accordance with applicable rules. So this helps reinforce transparency and public awareness at a local level. So a practical note, when discussing the resolution with local councils, it is also often useful to emphasize that this is a resolution and not an ordinance. Because resolution generally do not require extensive implementation, structure, or appropriation. So they are procedurally similar or simpler and may often be adopted more quickly. Okay. For the next slide, it provides guidance on customization and implementation. So although the template provides a common framework, each LGU should adapt the resolution to its local context. So as mentioned earlier, there are uniform standard or the initial whereas clauses or the legal basics are standard, but some of the portion can also edited by the local government units. So the first step is straightforward. So first is to replace the LGU name, province, and relevant local references. So additional whereas clauses may also included where appropriate. So let's say for example, references to existing local FOI ordinances. So if a local government units have already passed their own FOI ordinances, then they can add it to their whereas clause. So if aside from FOI ordinance, they have, let's say, conducted or implemented a transparency initiatives, so they can also add that as well. Participatory governance programs and local governance challenges that make access to information especially relevant can be also added in the whereas clause. So the district representative clause may likewise be customized by specifying the names of the relevant congressional representatives. It is also important to follow the internal rules of procedure of the local sanggunian. So this may include the sponsorship requirements, committee referrals, agenda scheduling, and voting procedures. So finally, proper transmission and tracking are essential. So certified copies should be ideally be transmitted within 10 working days after adoption. And as mentioned, we added the PCO and Right to Know Right Now Coalition. So if some local government units already submitted or transmitted they can copy furnish us so that we can monitor and we can add to our position papers. So next, I think the next slide has already been discussed earlier by Code and GO as to the guidance on local adoption. So I will be skipping this. But again, the process is understanding the Sangguniang process, identifying and approaching LGU champions, developing localized messaging, building a support coalition, and adoption for the next steps. So lastly, for the preparation or procedures for proper transmittal to Congress, so usually the recommended process for proper transmittal and legislative routing of adopted resolutions. So while the adoption of the resolution at the local level is already an important milestone, so it should be properly transmitted, again, documented and received by the appropriate offices. So that's very critical. So for step 1, preparation and approval by the Sanggunian, so the process begins at the local level. So the proposed resolution is sponsored, calendar, deliberate upon in accordance with internal rules of the Sangguniang Bayan or Sangguniang Panglusod. But again, it will be a simpler process than passing an ordinance. So once approved, the resolution should be properly certified by Sangguniang Secretary and signed by the presiding officer or other authorized officials consistent with local procedures. So at this stage, it is also advisable to prepare both physical and electronic copies for transmission and record keeping. So the CSOs, as our parts, the CSOs and advocacy partners may assist by coordinating with local legislative offices and monitoring the status of adoption. For step 2, the transmission to Congress. So after adoption, certified copies should be formally transmitted, again, to the enumerated offices earlier, and also I think it was included in the operational provision. So the Senate, House, relevant congressional committees, and district representative. Step 3, filing and referral. So once received by Congress, the resolution is formally filed and referred to the appropriate offices or committees. So in this case, the committee for House of Representatives is the Committee of Public Information. So in the Senate, it's Committee on Public Information and Mass Media. Typically, resolutions related to transparency and public information may be referred to, again, to committees on handling public information. Step 4, committee action. So following referral, a committee office, or in the case of the House of Representatives, it's the Committee on Public Info, they will acknowledge, consolidate, and include the resolution as part of their reference materials during hearings and technical discussion. So let's say if we already adopted, or some of the LGUs already adopted the resolution and they passed it in their own localities and submitted it to the Congress, then it will be used during the BICAM. At this point, coordinated advocacy remains, again, important. And then step 5, lastly, the resolution contribute to the broader legislative environment surrounding plenary deliberations. So again, if baka maabutan pa natin yung second reading and third reading, it can be also used during that time. So while resolutions themselves do not compel legislative action, they serve as a formal expressions of local political support and public policy position. So collectively, they help communicate that access to information is not only a national governance issue, but also a local government priority shared by communities across the country. And this precisely our goal of this campaign. So to transform individual local resolution into a visible nationwide movement supporting a strong and meaningful right to information law. So I think that's it for the model resolution. I'll pass the floor over to our next speaker. Thank you, everyone. So, as discussed with Attorney Kirby, so we have a remaining of 30 minutes before the next session. Do you have any questions, clarifications as to the model resolution, or any inputs if we need to improve the model resolution? Otherwise, we will let you to scan through the model resolution first, and we can discuss it. Yes, ayan po, joint. So if you want to discuss it jointly. For the whereas clause, do we need to add anything na that is standard to all local government units? Again, we started for the 1987 Constitution, of course, referencing it to the constitutionality of the right to information. And then the UNCAC, and we also added the EO2. I think this is not reflected here in the slide. I mean, baka perfect na daw Attorney Kirby yung model resolution.
Yeah. So we'll give you some time to go over it and also to tailor it to for your regions. And if we have time, perhaps we can ask you to present. You can present your model resolution also. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.